streaming on to YouTube. Hello. Good evening, everybody. Hang on, let me kind of set this up real quick before we start. Oh my goodness. Oh. And we should be live. We should be live. Okay, face. Let's go. It's not showing up. There it is. I think. Hang on. Let me make sure that it's actually. Yeah. There. We're live. We're live. We're live. It's always so. It's always so awkward, kind of to start. But yeah. We're kind of tonight. It's just gonna be kind of a chill night. Just pretty much going to be making some jeans, combining some jeans and making, I guess it's, I wouldn't really call these streetwear, but it's just going to be making these and then just, having a really chill time with it tonight. It's so hot right now. And yeah, I just wanted to wait till it kind of cooled down a little bit before kind of doing this tonight. So let's start with it. Let's start. I have two pairs of black jeans, and so we're gonna pretty much combine it. Cut one into the spare fabric, and yeah, just measure things out and combine it, and then flare it out a little bit. So let me get that ready before we kind of do all this stuff. And yeah, if you're here, just lurking, just say what's up, and I should be able to be reading chat and all that good stuff. So yeah, here we go. Hang on. So here's the jeans that we're going to be working with. Just these two right here. And we're going to pretty much, I think this is going to be the main one. This darker black jean. And then we're going to kind of do the same as before. It's like, you see how it's like really skinny, and it's very skinny, but we're going to basically cut this out and then put it into the panel inside. So let's go ahead and get ready. We'll just get ready, and then I'll switch to this view right here. I think this one should be okay, right? So let me adjust my webcam real quick. Okay. All right, so there, that way you can see like kind of a top-down view of everything that's going on. Let me adjust all the cameras and stuff. So like here, something like this, would that work? Yeah. Okay, so I guess the first thing we need to do is get the measurement, which all my rulers are over there. Hang on. Oh, I need to be more organized before I start. All my headphones. Okay, I have everything now. So I think last time this thing took me about like 3-4 hours the first time I actually tried this to make this, but I'm gonna see how fast I can actually do it tonight. Hopefully I'll have less like distractions or whatever. Everything's set up. This. Okay. Like this. Have my rulers. Okay. Let me adjust this mic. And yeah, I guess we'll try to beat maybe 4 hours of making these, and then we'll be able to kind of make our pants. So yeah, watch me while I work. So first, okay, let's measure out. Okay, I guess we need to de-hem this part. And hold on, make sure we're not lagging. Yeah, we're okay. Okay, step one is always de-hem the fabric right here. So this looks like it's just a single stitch. Dude, why is this so like dusty? Oh, gross. Sorry, I'm gonna try to have my prevent my microphone from like uh from really touching the my little headphone from touching the thing. Oh, I wonder if you guys could hear that. A little bit of sewing ASMR, I suppose. So we're going to just, I'm pretty much just taking out the seam. And then we can start unrolling the hem and doing all that good stuff. All right, hold on. I think I hope you guys had a pretty good weekend. You know, for me, if you didn't know, you know, I also live stream as well on Kick. Actually, hold on, this is kind of annoying. I actually live stream on kick.com. And I think my plan that I'm going to be trying to be doing is with all these clothes that I make, kind of do like IRL stuff with other people. And I did my first time doing that on like live streaming IRL fashion stuff with stuff that I actually made this past weekend. There was like this anime meetup. I'm in Los Angeles, and this was actually hosted in Orange County, like which is far south. And I made these shorts. That was like kind of the last series that I was working on, and I finished it. And on Saturday, went to went with my friend that I made it for, and then you know he loved it, and then you know got to kind of debut it then. You know, so I'm kind of working on my video about everything that happened then. Unfortunately, like we got there kind of. Like, he let me know a little bit last minute, so I think that was kind of the issue. So. We couldn't really stay there that long, and before like everybody started leaving, you know, there was actually kind of a lot of cosplayers there, and it would have been really cool to kind of you know stay and just have fun with them. But by the time we got there, like it was like pretty much the end of the meet, and everybody was kind of going to like eat, and then so we just decided to book it and head to another event, which ended up being like a total epic fail. Just because of the fact that like it was supposed to be some like anime meet, another anime meet for like soccer stuff, but then I don't know what happened, but when we got there, it seemed like the entire place was like reserved for like these official lacrosse like players and league. And so yeah, it's just we didn't really see anybody playing soccer, and that's what we came to do. We thought they reserved it. Maybe they thought they didn't need reservations or something. I don't know what actually happened, but yeah, we went there, and obviously there was nobody there, so you know, we just kind of left, which kind of was a bummer, especially because it was kind of far, right? We had to go like an hour like driving, and it was like nobody was there. So I think that was like the thing that kind of bummed me out about the weekend was like didn't really get to interact too much with the other cosplayers because it was like we got there late, and then like the other thing that we wanted to go to, you know, was pretty much non-existent, unfortunately. GG's. Hold on, I'm trying to get this apart. I don't know why this is so hard to get. Yeah, I don't know why there's like so much fluff coming out in between these seams. It's kind of like a lot of stuff, just like it feels like it's sandy or something. It's sandy, and it's like kind of popping out everywhere. Maybe. Hold on. But it's actually like kind of cool now a little bit, thank God. It's like absolutely disgustingly hot today. Is that a hole or what is that? Wait, hold on. I know you probably can't see what's going on here. Let me turn this a little bit this way. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm just trying to get these threads out, and it's sometimes kind of hard to see because it's like it's black thread on black fabric, and then it's kind of a pain. Um, but other than that, I guess talking about like kind of reflecting on the shorts that I made. So what ended up happening was, you know, I made it for a specific person, and before I asked him like his waist size, and I got all that down, and then you know I found the pants with the correct waist size, but you know when I actually got it to him, it actually turned out to be like too big, like the waist size it was too big, and then I didn't have a belt, but thank goodness he brought a belt, right? So he brought a belt, and it kind of worked out, but I was like, dude, that was I think because the waist size was like kind of you know it wasn't like the correct waist size. It didn't look as good as I was hoping to. If it was actually fitted, I think it would have looked so much better. But I think what it was due to was like he lost weight, I think. So his waist size actually shrunk from what he thought he was. So that's good. You know, that's W. I think he's been doing a lot more exercise and stuff, trying to get back to like normal like a health, or like in the proper range and stuff. But yeah, unfortunately the clothing didn't really fit that well. It was like way too loose, you know, noticeably loose. But yeah, I mean, other than that, like everything else went okay. Right now we got like the main thick hemline part down, out. I guess that's like the most annoying part of these things. It's just because it's so thick, and then they don't really like to come out that well. So let's see. I wonder if there's like an easy way to pop these seams though. I always seem to like these seams always seem to take the longest time for me. And I know like I haven't really done too much of these, and I guess it's just you got to get used to it, I guess. But for me, it's just I'm still kind of unsure about what I can do safely without like damaging the fabric, I guess. And I think that's where I get kind of hung up on. And there's all this like white stuff, sandy stuff, just like caked in between the fabric. I think I need to start wearing masks or something while doing this. I didn't realize like just how dusty this thing gets, which is kind of insane. Wait, what is this? I think that's a fabric, not the thread. Okay. Maybe that's the jeans? I'm not really sure. Oh, was it? And I know I have this little seam ripper right here, but I'm not really good at using it, and I ended up poking a few holes last time, so I was like, oh, I guess I'm not really using it correctly. But let's see. Let's try it right now, I guess. Like sometimes, like when it gets on that roll, it has this such a nice, satisfying sound to it, like this. Hold on, let me see if I could make the sound. Okay, we're like halfway there on this one. Oops, I hit the mic. My bad. My bad. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can get the satisfying crunch pops. Is that it? No, kind of. Sewing ASMR, I guess. I feel like I'm gonna just, this is gonna poke me if I just like get too carried away and it's not controlled. Just get poked by my little seam ripper. How unfortunate would that be? Would that go viral? Knowing my luck, I'd probably not even capture it on film when that happens. Okay, so we got it, we got one seam totally undone. Wow, this was 1, 2, okay. We got one of it done. Okay, okay. And then we just got to get the other one. So the plan is we're going to just open up the hem and then measure from the bottom of the hem to the top. And then we're going to do the same on the other side. Okay, on the inseam. So we're going to measure from the bottom of the hem to top of the inseam. And then that will pretty much give us the measurement we need for the other side, or to make the flannel side using our donor fabric, So yeah, I think these are right now, like, I guess they're considered like skinny jeans. And you know, there's pretty much, I have two skinny jeans right in front of me, and then we're gonna pretty much use them both to make one kind of like loose, like. But that's the thing that I learned. If you're like, this is like I guess a note that you know, if you've never done this before, like, you can't make really baggy jeans starting off with like skinny jeans. That's what I noticed. And I have some skinny jeans that I tried to make baggy jeans before, but it ends up just being like normal jeans, like straight boot cut or something, not really anything baggy. And so yeah, the starting material is actually quite important, like more than I thought it would be, because yeah, these are actually really skinny, comparative to like the stuff that I normally would like to make, which is actually like super baggy kind of. And then it's also paired with, like, you know, this heavy distressing and stuff. But we're not going to be distressing these, just combining it to make some flares. And I think tonight is not really anything like super heavy streetwear, but it's just gonna be kind of like a chill night, I guess, just to cool down a little bit. Because I'm just sitting here trying really hard not to sweat while all this white stuff. I don't know what this white stuff is. There's all this white powder looking thing just like flying around everywhere. And it's just like every time I pull the fabric, it's just like flying like little fluff. It's kind of disgusting. Okay. Almost done with this. And then, yeah, so that, like I said, I'm pretty much going to try to speed run this part, right? Well, I don't know if I could really speed run it. I'm not really that good yet. But I guess that could be a challenge, something we could do later. Speed running this. Even complete with the whole, like, what are the little time things that you have to press, and then and it records your lap times or something, you know. And then right now my current best is like 4 hours, because I didn't really make that much. And yeah, we could try speed running, making streetwear jeans. I think that's gonna be actually pretty funny. But yeah, my record right now is like currently in the 4 hour mark somewhere. But always, I feel like this part takes the longest. Just taking out, like, deconstructing it. And I guess it's just because I'm not really like used to it too much yet. But yeah, I wish there was like a faster way to do it. But I feel like if I do it too fast, then I'm just gonna kind of ruin the fabric, poke holes and stuff, cut holes into it, which aren't supposed to be holes, which I've done on the other ones. That's why I'm like trying to take my time right now with this, because I don't want to like cut holes, because it kind of makes it like you have to do more work later to try to like fix those holes, and then those holes kind of just keep reappearing. So it's actually kind of annoying, surprisingly. So here we're just doing this. And you know, like right now, this normally doesn't really happen, but I'm like super craving slushies. You know, it was 7-Eleven weekend like last week, and I actually made a costume of a 7-Eleven that I went and I cosplayed as a 7-Eleven slushie. That was kind of funny. That was my first actual like real IRL kind of segment slash project that I did regarding this entire sewing thing. And it was actually pretty funny. I went to a car show dressed as a 7-Eleven. It was a car show hosted at a 7-Eleven, and I went dressed as a slushie. But then unfortunately, like, dude, even that, oh my goodness, like the car show, it got pretty much shut down as soon as I got there. And the drive was like it was like an hour drive to go out there, and it was like I was kind of bummed out about that one because it was like kind of far, and the people that hosted that car show, they're actually one of my favorite people that hosts car shows here in Southern California. They're called Base Communities. I talk about them like a lot because they're that good. And then I always had a really good time. And you know, honestly, I thought that they had like they worked with the city, and I honestly thought they coordinated with the local police department to try to like host those car meets, because I went to a few, and they were just like they were just going, you know, for a while. So that's why I thought they had like the blessings of the city, but I guess not. I guess at the end of the day, you know, it's still like they could just shut it down whenever like that. So that was kind of I was kind of bummed out about that because I spent like a few days making my costume, and unfortunately, I couldn't really show it off too much. But I guess that just means like other car meets that they're gonna host at 7-Elevens, I could just wear it out there and have more fun with it, I guess, because I didn't really get to showcase it too much at that one for 7-Eleven day. And it was like a special one because it was like, you know, the 7-Eleven day, right? Which is, I guess, 7-Eleven's anniversary, quote unquote. I'm not really sure if it's the actual anniversary, but that's what they kind of said it was. Not sure if it's real. Okay, we got this loose. And then we're going to start measuring now. We just have to start measuring. And then the other one, we're going to start drawing things out. And then start cutting. And then start sewing. It's actually going to be really fun. Let's see. Okay, we got both sides loose now. Let me pull out some loose threads. A little bit OCD about stuff like this. So clean this up a little bit. Like this. Okay, what is that? And then just the last bit of threads we could pull out on top. I feel like I didn't really clean up the other side too, so let's go ahead and do that now. I think I left these threads just like in here, and since so yeah, they're definitely just in here, and then we can like pull them out. I don't know if you really have to do this, but I don't know, for me, I just, you know, like I said, I'm really kind of OCD about stuff like this. So I prefer to do it. I guess that's a little bit about my personality. And it's kind of interesting because like this, I feel like the streetwear stuff that I see, and it's like kind of interesting to me, right? The streetwear like aspect is just like, I don't know, it feels like kind of really freeing maybe, because I don't know, just the whole like distressing aspect just adds so much character to the clothing, and then it just makes it so textured, and it makes it really come alive. And I think that's why it kind of drew to me, that I was like, oh, like I could make this really cool garment that really has a lot of like it has a lot of texture and attitude, you know. And I was like, this is something that I really want to try to make and pretty much do a good job making. And it might seem like a lot of it, it kind of feels like it has like no rules, but I feel like even with stuff like this, there are certain rules to kind of follow, even though I'm not really sure, but there are some, I feel like there are some guidelines that you should kind of follow, because if you do it like too free form, then it just kind of looks like it's not really intentionally placed, right? It's just there because, just because, if that makes sense. And so even though street fashion clothing looks like it's just like kind of mayhem-ish, I think the best of them have like, it's very intentional, Every distress, everything has its own place, and they all kind of work together to become very pleasing, versus just random chaos type of distressing and all that stuff. So here, we got the pants, and then so let's measure from the hem to the inseam, and then let's start drawing it out on the other side. And I always have to remember, I'm so bad at this, but I also have to remember seam allowance, always seam allowance, and then yeah. So let's get the measurements here real quick. So from this is the hemline on the bottom down here. Let me see. Yeah, so down here is the hemline, and then I should really iron this out a little bit. I'll do that a little bit later. So I think you know, like I mentioned before on my other streams, I think I really need like a bigger workspace, kind of, because this is getting kind of, I feel like I need more space, which is kind of interesting. Okay, wait, so 20 right there, okay, and then wait 20, and then to the bottom is 25.5. So 25.5 is a hemline, the inseam length. So let me just double check on this side, 25.5. Right here, like this, 24, and then 25.5. Yeah, 25.5 from the crotch area to the inseam. Okay, so now I think what we can do is we could split this, right, from here to all the way to the inside. The inseam, we could split everything, and then we'll start making the panels on the other side and doing all that good stuff. So let's remember 25.5, right? I know I should be writing stuff like this now. So yeah, that's the process. You just turn it inside out like this. It's so dusty, my goodness. 5.5. Dude, oh my God. I don't know if you saw all that dust. That plume of dust. Oh, why is it so dusty? I don't understand. I haven't seen, I really should be wearing a mask, I feel like, when doing this. Okay. The inseam is, what kind of stitching is this? Maybe a chain stitch, I think. I think this is a chain stitch. I know that there's ways to like take this out easily. All right, let's try. So the trick with chain stitches is like there's only one, it only runs in one direction. And so you just have to start at one end and then see if it like really, if you pull on the loose threads, and then it'll just kind of run and get pulled out really easily. So that's what you have to kind of do. So you have to start and then try to like finesse it, but sometimes it's just you know, it doesn't. So like this, right? So you have to start on one end. If it doesn't, then you have to start on the other end and start there. But this one, I think I guessed right. And then so you'll see right here, we'll start on the hem edge. It's not always like that. And then this will just pop right out. And you can see all this stuff just like flying out. Jeez. Okay. And then I think there's like multiple. Oh my goodness. Can you see all that stuff? Oh, lucky. I guess this goes all the way to the other side. Oh, let's make sure that's the inseam. Okay, okay. Oh my, I don't know what that is. This is all this like white dusty things coming out. Okay, that was one. now there's like more. What is this? Like an overlock? Oh, I think that's maybe an overlock stitch, maybe. And then so for those, how would you take that out easily? So we got one side done. I thought it was like just multiple chain stitches, but I guess not. I guess it's one chain stitch and then one overlock stitch, I think. I don't know. Let's try to just rip this. I think I think with these you have to just rip it a little bit, and then you could like just yank it with your hands. Just like rip it, you know. Like when you're ripping when you're in the heat of the moment and just rip things off. I was about to say each other, but you know, in this case we're just ripping off the seams like and it's always kind of hard to see when it's like black fabric on black threads. And so I think that's, yeah, obviously like when you're making it, I think when they're making it, they're not really thinking about people like me, just like, you know, deconstructing. So, and of course they want to use the black on black so that it stays hidden. Okay. I don't know, there's like different finishing. I'm learning that there's like different finishing like sewing machines for different finishes, and like the overlock machine is like a really popular one, but I'm not really sure if that's what this is specifically. I'm just assuming, right, that it's this one, but we'll see. So let's see. Okay, so I got a little bit out here, you can see. And then so I guess let's just see if we can just like rip this so that it just like pops out like super satisfyingly, or if it won't. Hold on, let me see. What is this? Another thread? Oh, I think that's from the chain stitch. Okay, I think that's a chain stitch one that's coming through like that. Hold on, let me see if I could get this edge open, and I think once we do that, it'll be really easy to start working on this, and then try to get this loose. But I think, like I said before, like this part is the part that kind of takes the longest, surprisingly. Oh, there's another chain stitch inside. Okay, I see. So that was another chain stitch inside. Oh, okay. So there's one stitch on the outside and then a chain stitch on the inside. So I don't want to mess with that chain stitch yet because I feel like I don't have the proper clearance for it yet. But I think once I do, then we can start just using the same technique for that chain stitch. It's kind of hidden. Wow, so there's two chain stitches, which is kind of right. That's correct, right? Two chain stitches, and then this, I guess, the serger overlock thing, which locks everything into place, which is like coming out kind of easily. Okay, I'm getting it through. And I think a lot of people avoid this. They just cut this. They cut this fabric because they don't want to, you know, spend the time just undoing everything like this. Yeah, honestly, I think I might have to start doing that, just because I feel like it's going to be much faster. But right now, I'm kind of doing this just so I could learn, I guess, about the different type of about the different type of threads. And yeah, I think later on, I'm pretty positive I should be just cutting everything instead of trying to dismantle it one on one. But for now, we'll put it as like a learning experience. Okay. Okay, so that's gonna be two overlock, or 2 chain stitches and an overlock to lock this into place, which is kind of really strong. So I wonder if I could just pop this straight like that. Yeah, have that really satisfying thing that just runs down. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But the other time I just straight up ripped it with my hand. That's why I'm kind of confused why I can't do that right now. But I don't think this is the right one. Wow. I think I ripped the fabric a little bit. And that's what I'm trying to avoid, because once you start getting holes in the denim, it becomes really annoying because you have to like fix it later, and that becomes kind of a problem. And so let's try to avoid cutting that. Yeah, I just cut into the denim. Dude, this is so annoying. Okay, so I guess that's why they just people just cut the denim, or cut this part out, right? Because like this is honestly like a lot of work. This is honestly a lot of work, right? And I guess just make the pieces wider. So if I cut that piece, what would happen? Now I'm like really considering it right now. And like I said, every time I did this, I pretty much just took it out each of these by hand. But now I'm like actually considering it. I was like, should I do this? It might be worth it just to cut it, because this is kind of annoying. Because you risk like cutting the denim. That's like poking holes in the denim. That's kind of what I don't want to do, because it yeah, because once you start poking the denim, those holes, if you don't mend it, they just keep growing, and that's so annoying, you know? Oh, what is this? I'm just pulling out a bunch of random strings everywhere. Hang on, sorry. There's like a bunch of random strings just like popping out. Can I yank this out now? Okay, I got something loose here. Yeah, the other time I could just like do this and it'll just like rip, but I don't think I can really do that right now. Kind of unfortunate, because I feel like that would save so much time, instead of trying to be really cautious and careful about this. Okay. I mean, I guess, okay, I think maybe I can do that. Maybe I could do it the other way. Like a little bit at a time. I think I see the method, which is also kind of tedious. So I think if I'm going to start speed running this, then I need to find ways to do this faster. This part specifically. Dethreading these threads. Because this is what's taking actually the longest time. Like that I'm noticeably from last time too. Okay, well, let's try this then. Let's put this in here. And I've seen people that are actually really good at this specific part that I'm talking about, and they'll just straight up use like a razor blade and then just like slice it all the way through, just like in one swoop. But obviously I'm not at that level, and I think I need to kind of practice that. Because right now I'm just scared of like straight up cutting the jeans, right? That's kind of the issue right now. Wait, should I flip this inside out? Maybe? Oh, sorry. Oh my god, it's so dusty here. You have no idea. I don't know if you can see it, but every time I like do anything, there's like this plume of this dust just come through. It's disgusting. Just getting all over the place. Okay. I wonder if it's better to go in towards me or out. Okay. Let's try this. There's really no easy way to kind of do this, is there, huh? Maybe use an... I'm so tempted to just use a razor. Yes, but I think right now what I'm doing is I'm trying to split the seam. Like I'm trying to stretch it out so that just the lightest bit of pressure from the blade is enough to kind of cause it to split. So I'm not really forcing like the actual sharp part of this little thread ripper like in. I think that's what's causing, I think that's the plan. Yeah, there's white stuff like all over the place. Disgusting. I'm kind of wondering, what is this white stuff? Okay, let's keep going. Keep stretching out the fabric. And I think that's the trick, is if you could make this tight enough, then I think you can pretty much... Oh my god. I think you can get it to the point where just like a small touch from the blade will like rip the threads. And I just realized I have like another leg to do, so it actually might be worth it just to like cut this and not do this. So I think starting next, since I already started it this time, I'm going to just continue on with it. Oh, it's doing that really satisfying thing where it's just gliding through. I think I'm going to cut, I'm gonna start cutting it from now, because this is like, it takes way too much effort and time to actually cut this. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Cool. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Nice. We got one, and then I think there's a few more we have to do. But let's see. I think it's the chain stitching that's left. And with the chain stitching, no, it's not the chain stitching, it's this stuff. Yeah, and the problem with this is once after like I even cut it like that, all the thread, there's all the loops that's left behind that I have to like clean up anyways. And that part takes forever too. So yeah, I think it might be just worth it to cut this. And trying to salvage any like extra length isn't really worth it. That's what I'm trying to kind of realizing right now. Maybe I should have done that from the start. Ow. right now, I think I'm working on taking. So the problem is like the surged edge is right now is just getting completely demolished. Um, like I'm taking out all the thread, and I wish I could just take out just the part that was like keeping this pants together, but I don't think I could do that. I don't think that's really an option. So I guess we're gonna continue on with this, I suppose. I don't know what I'm pulling at right now, but it's pulling on something, and it's just coming out. Okay, so I'm gonna keep that in there. Yeah, so much for my speed run tonight. Speed run pants making, not really going so well. I feel like I'm just making a mess everywhere. So yeah, just cut this. Cut this. It's not worth it. I feel like even now it's not too late to like cut because I only did like this much, which is not much at all. And I still have an entire leg length to go. And I've already almost done this for 1 hour, and I haven't really even got to start measuring or cutting anything off the other side, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. Start on this side too then? Okay. I guess I pulled off the chain stitching on this side. So let's just finish it. Maybe it's this right here? Maybe? I don't know. Let's see. Can't really tell if it's unstitching anything. This side, okay. Let's check. So I think in terms of making anime style streetwear clothes, I think the next plan that I have is to make Chikawa style clothing. I don't know if you know that anime, but there's this really popular anime called Chikawa. And I actually met some cosplayers from that really love Chikawa. And I think they might be hosting some markets that I want to try to kind of be able to get into. Like I don't really sell. I don't really do this for retail or anything. It's just for streams. But I think it'll be a good challenge because, trying to create like a whole kind of line to be able to go like prepare for a market, a public event. Especially like trying to create something a whole thing where people can get in a very limited time. I think that'll be actually a really good challenge, a fun challenge. So I'm going to be trying that. Wait, why is this pulling the other way? Okay. Wait, hold on. Okay, we got that out. Not really sure what that was, but okay. Yeah, like I said, I think it'll be a really good challenge to do, just to do it, just for me, just for my sake. And of course, like going to the actual marketplace will be kind of fun to like film it too, to stream it in terms of like IRL content. It's black on black is so hard to see. But let's go try this. Hold on. Yeah, dude, I feel like in the future, probably this one, not really because I already started it, but definitely it's gonna be better just to cut off this inseam because it's like the way that I think is because from what I learned is there's a lot of, I guess, pressure, right? A lot of on the inner thighs, and this is the spot that's like reinforced the most, right? Which makes sense because when your jeans are kind of when you're in use or really active, with your thighs flexing or just running or walking, it has the most wear and tear. And so because of that fact is I think they actually reinforce this area like quite a lot, and because of that they use all these stitches that makes it really difficult to kind of take out. So I think that's why people just when they rework stuff, they just kind of just cut it just because it takes way too much time. And like I said, it's almost been 1 hour of just doing this, and I feel like I haven't even made that much progress at all. You know, the other ones, I mean, if they were really easy, I would do it. If it took like maybe 10 minutes, but taking an hour to do this is kind of ridiculous. Ridiculously slow progress, you know? So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do that from now on. Duly noted. Duly noted. Okay. And I think the risk of like damaging fabric is too great for this too. And I think that's the problem that I'm kind of facing. Like even this fabric, I kind of punctured it accidentally while trying to seam rip it, which you know, you don't want to do that. Okay, we got this kind of free. And then and I think that's why specifically the inseam is so notoriously difficult to kind of seam rip. It's just because of all the reinforcement that this part actually requires, considering like how much stress that this part goes through, I guess. Annoying. Okay. It's really hard to keep the tension up so that to like slide the little sharp part of this thread cutter. So to keep it go, if like I had one more hand or something, then maybe. But doing this like this, not really. It's not really working that well. Kind of unfortunate, but oh well. Okay, like this. Like this, like this, okay. Oh my goodness. This is taking forever. It honestly didn't take this long last time. So I'm kind of surprised that it's taking like this much more effort. Significantly more this time around. Da-da. Okay. The chain stitching is not even coming out cleanly. Kind of frustrating. I think this is about 1/4 inch seam for the seam. So I'm just kind of wondering how much fabric you would end up cutting out, right? Because especially with things like skinny jeans, stuff like that matters because once you start removing the fabric amount, when there really isn't that much fabric, and then it just kind of gets narrow, like narrower, then that becomes kind of a issue. From my experiences in the past. Okay, I got it kind of, but not really. Let's go open. Okay. I got a little flap open. But it's not really opening up easily, like as I was hoping it would be. And just a lot of stuff is just flying everywhere. Let's see. And the chain stitching isn't really coming out that easily either, which is kind of annoying. I was hoping I got the right direction. Maybe I need to start at the other end for this one. I think that's might be the issue, which is why it's not really coming out so easily. Or everything's like super jumbled up. Oh, come on, dude, this is not working. I can't believe I've been at this almost 1 hour and this is all the progress I've made. This is so frustrating. Wow. And so that's why I think the last jeans that I made, it literally took like 18 hours, no joke. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, it is the wrong way. So I have to go from the other, I have to start from the other end. I get it, okay. No wonder it wasn't working. That's unfortunate. Okay. So how am I gonna do this? So let's put that in here. Maybe like this. Oh my god, okay. Let's take out this part. Let's see if I can run this through at least all the way. If I can cleanly, then I guess it'll be making progress. I guess. We'll see. Oh, was that satisfying? Kind of. Okay, let's see if we could do that again on the bottom part. There's like so many layers of thread that I just need to chop through. Oh, I just poked through that. Obviously don't want to do that. Okay. Will it just glide through the fabric again, like the one I just did? Without hopefully ripping everything off? Let's find out. Let's try it. Let's find out. Okay. This is making such a huge mess everywhere, by the way. Okay. It's really hard to like get the tension right, I think, on this fabric because I only have two hands. If I had like two hands kind of stretching out the fabric, I think that would make it so much easier. But I think I'm getting the hang of this right now. Hang on. Maybe. Okay. It's kind of working. At least I feel like I'm making much more progress on the other side. But I need to kind of concentrate on this because one false slip and then this will just like completely poke a hole in the fabric. Which will then kind of make me really sad. I'll be actually really sad if that happened. Okay, so where did I go up to here? Dude, there's so many layers. There's another one. I hope that's the last layer I have to go after this. Is that the method? Is it better to just do this upside down? Like, where the thread ripper is like kind of underneath it? Can you hear it? Can you guys hear it? I hope I'm not cutting into the oh, I hope I'm not cutting. I'm gonna like, that's gonna be so annoying if I am. Because I can't even see where I'm like cutting right now. Okay, yeah, I guess I'm making a little bit of progress. Somehow. Okay, I got all the way to the crotch area, so I think I might need to go try it again. And then hopefully I could like actually fully rip this part now. Now that these are kind of separated-ish. Oh, still so dusty though. That's like the kind of really annoying part about this, is all the dust that's being generated. So I think all those masks that you know, I have stashed away is gonna come handy here. I probably should be using that right now. So I think I cut this. Oh, I think because I cut this, all this is just like kind of coming loose like this. Dude, this dust is insane. Okay, wait, so here I'm gonna cut this huge thing off. I don't know what this is. And then it kind of stopped though, unfortunately. It was going on kind of a good roll. Let's see why it stopped. Yeah, so I think like I was saying, this part right here, it takes way too long. And so I need to find a better method for this, quote unquote method. For taking apart the seams. And I think the best way, the fastest way is just literally to cut this. So I don't think this is really worth the time to do this. Okay, like this. Okay, I hope that's a thread that I'm pulling on right now. Ow. Okay, what am I looking at right now? Oh my goodness, what am I even looking at right now? I think that's the hard thing too. It's just like everything's so jumbled. It feels like everything's kind of jumbled. Everything got jumbled a little bit. Uh-oh. Hang on. Ow, I just poked myself. I hope I'm not, yeah. I think I'm okay. But that was definitely my first poke ever. I mean, I guess it's supposed to happen. I guess it happens. Okay, I just pulled something. So let's pull this. Is something supposed to happen here? No. Like this. Okay, I don't. Oops. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna cut everything next time. This is some BS. I mean, can I not cut it right now? Should I not cut? Oh, wait, actually, like, how would I do this in the middle? Okay, let's think about this. I'm just so tempted to just say F it and just cut it right now. I'm so tempted just to cut it. Because this is really not working well as I thought it would have. Okay, let's try this real quick. Or I do something like this. This, okay. Will this glide through? I just need it to glide. It's so satisfactory too when it glides, but it's getting like caught in some stuff. I don't know what. And it's not really gliding. I wonder if the blade got dull. Okay, I'll need the two things right there. You need to glide more than that, man. Come on, come on, come on. Should I just kind of? Is there like? I feel like there's like a technique. Oh, see, I just ripped the fabric. See, that what makes it not worth it. Shoot. Okay, I ripped the fabric. So I need to weigh out my options here. If I cut this, well, okay. I think I need to pay attention on how this thing's constructed before I start cutting things. Kind of bummed out I did that though. Okay. Da. I don't remember this being like this difficult to like take out last time. That's why I'm kind of perplexed right now. Just why it feels like this is so much more difficult to kind of do from my previous experience. Ow. Oh, there we go. Okay, I guess once we get a lot of the stitches out, we can just start ripping it out like that. I just ripped the fabric. I think, yeah, I just ripped. Yeah, okay, that was not smart. I just ripped the fabric from where it ripped. And then I think it'll, because it's so weak, it just kind of ripped so easily, which I thought I was making progress, but not really. I was just kind of destroying the fabric more. Unfortunately. Okay, let's fix this. Hold on. Before we go on, it got derailed right here, kind of. So I need to make sure that this stuff is kind of okay before we go ahead, because a lot of fabric just got ripped right now because of that little tear. What kind of stitch is this? I have no idea what kind of stitch this is. Okay, there's thread here. Oh my god, these are the little individual loops, I guess, that I cut through. That's the annoying thing about this. Oh, I'm starting to cough. I think because of the all the dust from this fabric. Yeah, that can't be good for you. Breathing in all these particulate matters. I have no idea what this is too. Of course, it could be mixed with like a whole bunch of stuff. Like when it looked white, all the fabric, all the little things that like poofed out. So I'm assuming it's gonna be like dead skin cells that's been accumulated inside these seams all over the years, just like getting unleashed in my face live here on YouTube. Disgusting. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely wear a mask too. I should, yeah. So definitely wear a mask, because this is a lot of stuff, and I'm starting to feel it too. It's starting to feel like a little bit itchy in my lungs. Disgusting. Probably the N95 masks. I don't even know where mine are. I haven't used those in so long. But yeah, I'm gonna have to pull those out. I think especially for like parts like this, where when you're taking seams out, I think that's where you get like most of the dust plumes, and it gets kind of disgusting in your face. So just try to just come on, let's go. Protect the health a little bit. I think that's kind of necessary, because I think if you do this long enough, I feel like, back in like the history stuff, they talk about like coal miners getting black lung. I wonder what kind of lung you'll get with doing this, breathing in all this particles and stuff from clothing. I got the black lung pop. Dude, that's all the progress I made. It's been a little bit over an hour, and that's it. This is all I've made right here. This is ridiculous. I got the black lung paw. Am I doing that? What am I doing wrong? Okay, wait, help me understand this. I don't understand why this part is not coming out so easily. Okay, hang on. And of course, when I like just ripped it, it just happened to rip the fabric on the wrong way, unfortunately. And so now I kind of damaged my fabric. And I thought I was like strong enough. I was doing the strong thing where you just kind of rip it, you just kind of go, and then it just like rips down the middle. But apparently that was the wrong thing to do. Oh, okay, something's coming off in a bulk, I guess. That's a good thing. Making a little bit of progress. Slowly. Making more dust come out. Dude, this is crazy. Every time I move the fabric, I feel like there's like little poofs of dust coming out. Hold on, so let's turn this inside out. But the reason why I don't want to cut this is because I feel like it looks better. Like the product looks better with like the original hemline, you know, where you get the creases and stuff. If you cut that, then you kind of miss out on that. But I'm still kind of debating because this is like 2 hours. I think like literally this step right here will just take 2 hours, which is kind of crazy. Okay, so let's just keep going. I guess keep going like this. I can't glide it. I wonder why. Why won't it glide? There we go. Kind of did. I wonder if you need to sharpen this seam ripper. Considering how much like seams like and threads this thing goes through, I'm pretty sure you might need to sharpen it, or at least it will help it. Okay. So I did that much. I mean, that was pretty progress right there. Not gonna lie. Progress. Mm-hmm. Oh, these are all like little loops that I need to take out. Okay. Wow. Wow, look at that. Okay. I mean, at least it's coming out in chunks now, I guess. Yippee. Yippee for me. I mean, I feel like this part is going a little bit faster though. It's just making a huge mess. That's what I don't like about this part. I just cut the jeans. Oh, I just cut a hole in the fabric. Oh, dude, that's what I didn't want to do. That's why this part is kind of like, I don't know. I cut a hole in the fabric and then now I got to fix this, or else this just becomes a huge mess. Man, okay. That kind of blows. Unfortunate. Yeah, that kind of blows. I'm really trying to minimize the holes. And you might not think like holes are such a big deal, but it kind of is, you know, especially like if it's not hidden, or, you know, you have to mend it, or else it just, the hole just gets bigger and bigger, which is kind of annoying. And the fact that I just tore a hole right there, ugh. Yuck. Yes, I think that's why, I don't know. I don't know if this is worth it to be doing this, to be seam ripping this part. Just because of the fact that like it's so easy to damage the fabric, and you know, there's a lot of mess that you're making, and I don't know if it's worth it to keep like the original like hem look. Let's see. Unfortunate. I can't believe I ripped it. I was trying so hard not to rip it. That means I do need to fix it before I sew everything else into place. Shoot, okay. Which means probably doing the darning method, which I've only done it a few times. using the darn function on the sewing machine, which is a vintage brother sewing machine. Okay, I think this part is the reason why I didn't really cut this fabric, that I'm not really comfortable cutting the seams or the hem, is because when it gets to this like inner crotch area, or like right in the middle, this part right here, it just kind of like intersects with like another, it feels like kind of important part of the pants, which is the outline seams, you know? And I think if I cut this, I feel like I'm gonna cut something that I'm not supposed to be cutting. That's why I think you're not supposed to cut this part out if you're gonna do it. But let's see, hold on. It's there's a lot of seams going this way, so I think I need to be careful here on this part right here, especially in the central crotch position, the waist center crotch position. I mean, I guess I did make a lot of progress. I did half of it, ripped it only once, I guess. That's a W. Unfortunately, this thing took me almost 2 hours to get to this point, which I think is kind of not good at all. That's a way too slow. But I guess that kind of makes sense considering my previous attempt at a world record. Not a world record, but my personal best record was 4 hours doing this. Wait, hang on. So, dude, this is so thick in here too. Okay. And I'm trying my best not to make any more new holes, because yeah, you have to fix that, or else it's just gonna start opening it up. And then especially like around this thigh, in the inner thigh area, you don't want that to happen. That's not a good look. Okay, hey, we're like half. Okay, we just passed the pretty much halfway mark, I guess. And like I said, this part is the one that kind of takes the most longest, which is kind of the most annoying, I think. And so I think it's either you just have to get better at cutting this, or just cut the whole thing off, I think. I'm still debating which one's better, because obviously I want to try to preserve this seam line as much as I can, but not really sure if it's worth it, right? Not really sure if it's worth doing at this point, with all the mess that it's making and all this stuff. Yuck. Okay, I guess there's a chain stitch right there that I see. The chain stitch, but will it come undone? Not really sure. Yes, apparently it will. Okay, nice. Making a little bit of progress, I guess. Making a little bit of progress and a lot of mess. I feel like that's what this is. Okay, so up here where it got serged, I feel like this needs to come out a little bit more too. A serger. Speaking of serger, I've been kind of looking for sergers too. Kind of funnily enough. But I'm like, man, if I'm gonna do this, I feel like yeah, a serger would be actually really beneficial. But I really don't know if I have the room for it right now. All right, especially like considering that my setup here is semi kind of basic still, and I'm still trying to should I start from this side now? Did I cut this too? But yeah, I'm looking for a serger, and if there's like a kind of a good deal, then I'm kind of planning on getting it. But until then, like not really in a rush to get the sergers. Yeah, I cut a hole here too, so I'm gonna need to fix that on that side. So I probably should start here. Uh, maybe just take it slow and rest it on this side against my hand. Oops, I poked through that with the thing. I guess that doesn't really matter. Okay. I just don't want to cut through the fabric, dude. That was so lame. When you cut through the fabric, okay, like this. And I think it's like I'm so used to having the, what is it, the seam ripper just gliding so nicely. That's so, like, oh, that feeling. It's like one of those, you know, if you like those pimple popping videos that you see on like that just comes out every once in a while on social media, where it's so satisfying. that's what it kind of feels like when the seam ripper just glides through the seams just like super effortlessly. You're like, oh yeah. And just, I know you guys can't really feel it, but for me doing it, you get the sensation of it just like gliding through, and it feels so satisfying. The best you can do is hear it. Those little pop sounds. But I'm scared to do it fast because that's how you well, I mean, that's how I rip the fabric. That's how I end up ripping the fabric and putting a hole in it, and then of course I have to like fix it a little bit later, which is even more annoying. Okay, I'm almost done actually. Wow, that was actually, no, actually I'm not almost done, but I'm almost done with this part, which is kind of progress, I guess, because this part was taking forever. And yeah, we're almost done with this layer, and I think I only have to seam rip like one more layer, and then we should be able to start cutting the other pants and start making the flares. There's still like all this white stuff just poofing up, and it's like when you see in like horror movies where like the mushroom spores, like these infectious spores, just like poof things into the freaking atmosphere and then infect your lungs. That's what I'm like. Every time this thing poofs up this white stuff, that's the image I'm getting in my mind. Which I'm like, I really wish I had my mask, but I guess I'll just do that next stream because I already started this one. Okay. Nice. Okay, finally got the seam ripped. Oh, that took, I can't believe this took 1.5 hours just to get to this point. And of course, I'm not even done yet, right? I need to still clean this top part up and then get all these holes out. And then once I do that, then I should be good. I think I said what earlier, I said the inseam length was what, 25.5 inches, 25.5. So I need to keep that in mind still. And okay, nice. I got the chain stitch out, and then okay, so let's start taking this part out. Wow, this took forever. There's a chain stitch built into this too? Why? Ugh. Okay. And then will this come out then? A chain stitch into a serged edge. Interesting. I wonder why. Maybe extra support, perhaps? Not really sure, but hopefully now this will come out easily. Dude, there's so much little loops and stuff here, and it's making such a mess. Okay, so can I just... Oh, I just want to like rip this apart and have this come, you know, come loose, but it's not really doing that. It's kind of annoying. Okay. that was kind of satisfying. Okay, I do have a little hole that I started, so I'm gonna start maybe cutting it. No, I guess that doesn't work. Am I supposed to just cut this like this all along the way? Is that the only way? That's gonna be so annoying if that is. Okay. Why isn't this really coming out? The other side came out so easily. I don't know why this side's not really coming out. This side's like kind of being super annoying right now too. If that's the case, I think I'm just gonna have to cut it like that. That's so annoying. Okay, like this. Interesting. Like this. Yeah, it won't just come apart easily. I mean, at least I got it separated a little bit more. W. Okay. Hang on. Oh my god, everything's just covered in that white. Dude, I hope that's not skin. Like, that's gonna... Like, skin flakes. Maybe there's skin flakes in my water. Hold on. Sending out a text real quick. Sorry about that. Okay. Alright, you know what? Like, the other side came out really easily, so let's just cut this and just do it, because I just want to hurry up and get this over with, I guess. I was hoping that this would go a lot easier tonight, but I don't know. This is kind of giving me a lot of trouble, surprisingly. I didn't expect it to be this, I want to say difficult, but it's not really the easiest thing. I mean, this hasn't been the easiest experience. I definitely had better, easier time getting I think the easiest one was when it was just two chains. I wonder why it's so reinforced though. I wonder if it has something to do with the fabric, because this is very elastic. And the time when it was just two chain stitches, it was just the fabric that was like 90, pretty much 100% denim. It was like 99.1. And this is like 86, I think. This is like 86% cotton and a bunch of elastic stuff. And I think that's why maybe it needs like a lot of this reinforcement to make it like extra resistant to maybe tears and stuff. Or maybe the stretchiness makes it so that it needs more like reinforcement, maybe. Because I remember thinking like the inseam wasn't that bad from, you know, when I tried it before, and it was just taking out two chain stitches and that was it. But this is like, nah, this is actually really different. And then like every time I pull this, all this white stuff is like poofing out. Thinking about like space mushrooms. Okay. Let's take this out. And that's what, I don't know. It's kind of interesting is like, you know, kind of when you buy clothes and stuff, you know, like jeans, I don't know what kind of jeans you guys wear, but typically they range from like let's say like 100, like in the 50s to $100 to $200 range. And like clothes and stuff, they range from like, they're not really that expensive. But I'm just like looking, just by doing this and just by like rearranging clothes and stuff, it's a lot of work that goes into making clothes, like, to be honest. And for it to like be selling for that cheap, I don't understand. Like, that's crazy, And I guess that's what it's always about, like, the labor. There's always issues with labor when it comes to fashion. And it just kind of I can't help but think about like just the whole history behind this. Just and right now I think especially for like the girls and stuff, or not, I don't know if it's just girls, but in general, I think like things like Shein, like Fashion Nova, those like really fast fashion, H&M, and it's just like, man, how are they, dude? They must be to kind of dominate on those levels, but to produce all these clothes, and I don't think they're really producing really good quality clothes anyways, and especially with the rate of fashion like kind of changing and the trends coming and going like at the rate it does right now. And it's just like, man, a lot of these clothes are probably just like super disposable, right? No longevity in the clothes. Quality is probably absolutely trash. And yeah, that's pretty much what most of the clothes now is becoming. It's just kind of trash quality clothing, right? And it kind of has to be because, the price point. When I look at the price, it's like, dude, you can't sustain like good quality at those prices. Like, there's no way. And then I think most people aren't just, they're not willing to pay the premium pricing on these clothes. Especially if you're like super like into fashion. It feels like even those people, like the people into fashion, like, they're not really gonna be paying the premium because the fashion style changes too quickly. And if you're really into fashion, then the stuff that you wear is only for like a season, probably not even a season, especially these days with like Instagram, social media and stuff, or each post needs to be like you can't really be recycling what you wear and stuff. It's kind of mind-boggling when I think about it. Kind of, I guess, it puts it into perspective, I guess, of just the price of clothing that you pay for, that you kind of grown accustomed to certain pricings for clothing. But man, it's just like actually doing this and you realize, wow, like, there's no way these clothes that people these brands are charging, it should be way more. But because it's not, it's just like, then that's when you kind of realize, just like, oh, I guess the quality of it is just not that great. And like, I'm just surprised, man. Like, the amount of labor that goes into doing this is kind of immense. Even me just kind of doing something simple as this, it's kind of a lot of labor. Like I said, it's already coming up on 2 hours soon, and I'm not even halfway through this project. But oh man, the fast fashion brands, kind of interesting how they kind of, yeah, it's really interesting how they managed to do this. But I guess we'll see. We'll see. But I really enjoy. That's why I think I like doing this, which is just making things that are considered, I guess, like one-on-ones. Because it's not only fun, but it's much different. You get a different kind of product that it's not really out there. And so I think that's why it's kind of important, because I'm putting in so much time into these outfits, that I do kind of need to start with, I guess, better material, right? just because like now that I kind of understand that they're going to be skimping out probably on the material, right? The quality of the material. I probably should avoid trying to get from some of these fast fashion brands because there's no way they're going to be making profit if they use good material at these prices. It's just not possible. And yeah, let's see, hold on. So here, so right now I'm just like taking out the serger threads. I guess it's a lot, but I'm almost done. I have like maybe quarter of the way left. So yeah, I'm gonna have to find out a better way to do this though. Just because doing this, I don't think it's really the best method, quote unquote best method. It's because it takes too long and then it's too susceptible to damage. Okay. Like this. And like this. Yeah, too much. So this is too much time, too much damage. And most of all, it makes too much of a mess. All this white poof stuff coming out that I don't even know what it is. Not good. But I just need to get a little bit more used to knowing what I can cut. I think that's why I'm not really cutting right now, because I'm not too comfortable with the layout, I guess, quote unquote, you can call it, the layout of the fabric. Oh. Dun-na-na-na. Wow. This thing got cinched down so tight. Okay, maybe that was a mistake doing that. Let's not do that again. Okay. I guess I'm almost done, so yeah. I'm gonna have to consider this again, like I said, if I'm gonna be cutting this next time or not. Because that was kind of a pain. That was a big pain right here, but I'm like almost seeing the light, so I'm just going through it. Oops, don't want to go through the fabric. But you know what, honestly, I can't, I was like really thinking about where I want to take this content, or what I want to do with this, right? And so I think, you know, my main thing is I love doing IRL streams, and unfortunately, like, it kind of had to like pivot a little bit from doing IRL streams, which is why I kind of, you know, started streaming here on YouTube. And I was like, I always was wondering, like, what can I do that's like not, you know, what can I do that's like a desktop type stream, but that's not like playing games or doing anything on like the computer related thing. And that's how I kind of settled, I guess, on just learning how to sew and doing all this stuff and making stuff, you know. And so I was like really thinking about how I would incorporate this, I guess, to make it more IRL too later, you know, because this past weekend, you know, the pants that I made for my friend, we actually did stuff with it. You know, I met him, we went out, and he got to showcase it like at a local anime club meet, you know. But in terms of like the streetwear stuff, right? Like when I do more streetwear stuff, I wonder like how would I make more content with this? Obviously, like I have people in mind that I want to make clothes for, because I just think that they're interesting, and I think like it'll be good to like, I think it has to be like more collaboration stuff, like just more collabs with people, so that I can end up making more content video in the end. And yeah, just probably having to collab with like other influencers or whatnot. I know I'm making it sound like easier said than done, but I feel like I can do it, you know. And I think that's what I'm going to kind of aim for, I think, starting soon. So just kind of starting to make my collection and then find the people that I can really make stuff with, you know. And I think that's part of the reason why I want to go do that Chikawa, like it's like a market event, I guess. I get those have been like really popular these days. I don't know if you noticed in your place, but over here there's like themed markets are like really popular, and there's people that organize it, you know. So there's anime themes, and even like certain anime themes, it could be like very specific, which this is, you know, it's a very specific market. And yeah, I don't know, it's just, I guess it targets certain demographics, certain people. And so yeah, they've been really popular. And so there's one coming up in September, so I want to try to do it, actually. I think it'll be actually really fun, and it'll be kind of a challenge, and it'll be kind of like content, you know, content to see if I can actually do it, right? If I can do this in time. Wait, oops, did I mess up? Maybe, perhaps. Okay, hold on. Oh, I got to the freaking the crotch area. That took literally almost 2 hours. That's crazy. Yeah, that is actually kind of crazy that it took almost 2 hours to do this, just to get to this point, to open this up. Where I think if you cut it, it would have been done in like 5 minutes with no mess. But I think I'm kind of used to. I think I'm understanding how this is how to open this up easier. Like towards the end, I think I kind of understand. I grasped it, which is kind of unfortunate that I came at such the late time. The timing was kind of late. But I guess better late than never, I suppose. Because now I kind of realized, oh, I should have done this, or you know, I could have done that better. But I'll keep that in mind for next time. I think these are the chain stitches, the leftover ones. Okay. This is such a mess here though. Okay, I'm gonna have to iron out these edges and then flatten it out. Wow, the mess here is unbelievable. Okay, like this. The chain stitch, okay, on the other end. And then oh, I can't believe it's done. I hope that was worth it. I'm not really sure right now, to be honest. Can't really be sure if that was worth it. But I hope it will lead for a better product. Okay, so I think I can just cut the hem, right? I think I can just cut it. Because it's kind of just held together by a few stitches like that. Okay. The final ones. Yes. Oh, finally. It's finally done in half. Wow, that took way too long though. I mean, it was fun. Don't get me wrong. Just chit chatting here by myself on YouTube. um, but I think like if I consider like you know in the future if I have a lot of stuff or I'm on a deadline, yeah, just cut it. Mm. Okay, so I'm gonna wait, how what's the this is maybe half an inch. Oh, seam allowance of this is I think maybe well, almost three, wow, almost 1 inch. Interesting. Okay, so almost 1 inch seam allowance that they used for this particular pants. 1 inch. So what am I going to do? How much seam allowance am I gonna add to mine? Let's see. Hang on. Let me do some math. So I need to pretty much run down once with a straight stitch, and then I need to go zigzag stitch all the way down. I think that's my goal too, because I don't really have a serging machine, and I know the proper way to kind of lock this into place is using probably a flat felt seam. I'm just trying to take out all this leftover thread that's just kind of embedded into here. It's so annoying. There's so much. Mm-hmm. Okay, so all this is done. Oh my goodness, there's so much just freaking random threads just like flying around. It's super messy. I'm covered with just little threads too. So I think I'm gonna need to sew this, or not sew, but I'm gonna need to iron this. So let's iron it first before we proceed. Wow. Oh. This. This. Hold on. Okay, have to get some extension cord, sorry. Open. All right, time to iron real quick. We're gonna just iron out the seams, and then before we press or we cut the flares from the other pants, from the donor pants. Oh, this took so long. I can't believe just this took 2 hours. That's incredible. Not really worth it, I think, but we'll see. And it just makes it makes too much of a mess. That's the actual main problem, is that it makes too much of a mess. Okay. And there's all these like little black loops, I think, just like like floating around everywhere. And I just have to like kind of clean it up a little bit later. Okay. I mean, at least we make kind of some progress. It's not as much as I wanted, unfortunately, but whatever. Better than nothing, I suppose. It's just kind of annoying that it takes so long to do this part. Okay. This is check out my ironing skills. Because all these hems like just want to roll up and stuff is kind of annoying. Oh, it's hot. It's hot, hot, hot. Oh, I almost burned myself with the iron. That was really bad. All these little fuzz just like rolling around. Okay. I think I need to invest in like kind of a decent vacuum. That's what I'm kind of like looking at. So after I do this, I need to mend the holes, I think, a little bit that I made. Just by darning them. And then, well, I mean, I guess we could cut the flares out first before we mend any holes. And then we can start closing everything up. Jeez, this took forever. Okay. Nice and hot. Okay. Pretty much halfway kind of done ironing. Still need to cut out the flares. But this fabric, I'm not really used to. I think this is my first time working with like really stretchy fabric. I think this is like 86% cotton, and like the rest is like poly or like rayon spandex, I think, because it has a lot of stretch to it. But I think even this, like, I think that's why just cutting it was so difficult, ripping the hems. And even ironing it though, I can tell it's like not really ironing the way I'm kind of used to with like the higher percentage cotton percentage fabrics. Dun. 25.5 from hem to there, so I need that plus, okay, and then 1 inch on top. Okay, 25.5 plus I think seam allowance on the sides, not really on the top. 25.5. Gotta keep that in mind. Maybe for the sides, maybe 1/2 inch seam allowance, perhaps. I think that might be enough. 25.5. Okay. Okay, it's done. It's nice and you know, what is it? Steamed, ironed out. Look at all this mess that it made on here. Oh my goodness, dude, this is crazy. Just considering just all these little loops that's just floating around. Yeah, that's a lot. All this excess like little fabric loops that just float around. Okay, so let's cut the other fabric right now. Let's look into it. So we'll do this. We'll need this and this. Not really the iron anymore. Hang on. Oh, it's hot. 25.5. This here. Okay. This here. I can't believe that took 2 hours. That's insane. Okay. Now we're gonna start making the flares, okay? Like I said, it's gonna be 25.5 inches. And thank goodness I don't have to take apart the side seams for this, because I think I would go kind of crazy if I had to do that too. That would be so annoying, honestly, if I had to do that. So let's just kind of do this. So 25.5 inches from here. So we're gonna use this as the donor, the fabric, this pair of jeans. So I think what we can just do is cut the legs, but let's measure 25.5 and let's see how wide we want the flare to be. 25.5. So that is gonna be from the end, right, to the hem. So it's gonna be like 25.5. Wow, hey, it's actually pretty long actually. Wow, this is entire length. 25.5. So then that means I probably should, okay, let me unroll this seam, this hem, and I think with that, 20, wait, okay, so 25.5 plus 1 inch on the top. I need 1 inch on the crotch area. So 26.5. Okay, so 26.5. So do I want to take that out too? Hold on, 26.5 is going to be, let's see what it looks like from here, the edge of the hem to there, 26.5. Yeah, okay, I think I'm going to have to unroll the hem. I hope these hems aren't like as bad as that. That was so bad, to be honest. And this has like dog hair, or this has, I could tell this has animal hair all over it. So that's something to, I guess, kind of be mindful about. Jesus, okay. All right, I guess we just start with this. Yeah, just start seam ripping the thread, and then let's unroll the hem, and then see what we get in this. It's even hard to kind of see. It's kind of hard to see in this one too, but let's see. Wow. This one has a lot of animal hair embedded in between the seams. Kind of interesting to note. It looks a little bit too short to be like a dog hair, so I'm assuming it's going to be like cat hair, if that's the case. Not really sure. Just trying to pop the seams, but it's like black threads on like kind of a grayish body, so it's like really hard to see actually. Okay, I got a little bit popped out right there. Nice. Okay. Now that this thing's in there, can I just go? Yes. And the only reason why I'm kind of doing this is because I want all the length that I can get. See, because I don't want to take out the, like, if I didn't do this, then I would have to go into the back pocket, and then I would have to, like, you know, take out the back pocket and all that stuff. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to do that. So I'd much rather just do the seams, and hopefully that'll give me enough length so that I won't have to do that. Let me see. How long is this though? This is, so I think I need at least 1 inch, about 1 inch. I think that's just about perfect. Maybe, we'll see. Okay. This is just about perfect, I think. I hope. Because I really don't want to undo the side seams. I don't want to undo any seams on these stretchy. I think it's these stretchy jeans are kind of like really annoying. Let's see, hold on. The stretchiness of the jeans, maybe it makes them use like special thread techniques or something to kind of reinforce the edges and stuff, which makes it like really, really annoying to take out. And I know I feel like I'm complaining about this all night, but I just never really experienced anything like this. And it's kind of my first time working with really stretchy, I guess, spandex heavy denim. I think I've been working with a lot of like 99% like denim, which makes it, I guess, like, I don't know, there's like good and pros and cons to it, I guess. But I guess like, yeah, learning note is that if I ever run stuff like this, then just pretty much just cut the inseam rather than trying to you know, take out the threads like properly, because I don't know if it's kind of worth the time doing this. Okay, well, I mean, it's cutting a little bit easier. I think I'm just getting more used to the feel of cutting these things. I guess it takes skill and patience. Which I guess I do have a lot of patience, but not too much skills. Which I guess, luckily, you can always get better. Okay, is that it? Almost, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Kind of feels like it's making progress, but not really. If that makes sense. I don't know why it's stuck here. Oh, there's like the really thick hemline. I see, okay. So let's keep going then this way. Maybe you guys could get like a nice little ASMR. I feel like when I force it like that, I'm just gonna like tear into the fabric. Which like you know, I keep trying to like stress like that's so annoying because you have to then repair the fabric. That gets pretty much a hole blown into it. Okay, so this is the really thick hem. It's like the quadruple layer hemline. Okay, so let's go here. Let's keep going. Just rip this apart. Yeah, so I think, you know, I think before I started sewing, I always was under like the impression that, you know, the sewing, like using that sewing machine behind me, like that was the hard part, but it's actually not. It's all this planning, it's the precision, it's the planning and the preparation work that is actually the hard part, surprisingly. And I guess that's like a lot of thing in life is like the things that the main thing is actually the easy thing, but everything, all the prep work that comes before, that's actually what makes it, like when you actually go do the thing, it's all the prep work and then how much you prepare for it that actually makes it enjoyable and easier in the long run. But over here, it's just like doing a bunch of this stuff, which I was like, when I first started this, I thought you're just sitting at the sewing machine, but yeah, the sewing machine aspect just doesn't take that long, like, to be honest. especially when doing something like this, because it's just pretty much you're doing a straight stitch all the way down, and then probably a zigzag stitch on the edge to just prevent the fabric from fraying, but that's it. You know, and then that part, you know, once you have everything kind of mapped out where to go and stuff, it just does not take long at all. You know, it's just all this preparation grunt work that is what takes like the most time. So kind of an interesting thing, I guess. I don't want to call it like a revelation, but just an interesting fact about sewing. Okay, so we got the hem on one side kind of loosened up. Okay, now we have the other side of the same thing that we need to loosen up. And then of course we have the other leg hole. So over here, kind of what I'm doing, I know you can't really see it, the angles are kind of not the best, but I'm just like splitting it open as much as I can, and then just using the needle tip to just dig out one stitch at a time. Like I'm just kind of yanking it across, and then it'll expose the thread that's holding it together. And then I'm just using this seam ripper just to take out the threads, like cut it one at a time, which is very tedious, but I think it's just so tightly packed in there that you can't really do it any other way. I don't know. I guess there's like little tips and tricks that I still have to learn, but I don't know yet. So obviously, once I learn it and get better, I'll share it with you. So you don't have to suffer through all this stuff too. This is suffering. My fingers. Okay, got the thing on this side free finally. So I could now work on the other pant leg. W. So yeah, luckily, I don't think I'm gonna be cutting the hem on this, like this side. Oh, I forgot. I also probably need to iron this part too, just because the hem just kind of becomes like kind of unruly a little bit. So okay, one more time, and then I think we should be good to go. Yeah, it's a lot of preparation, surprisingly, and not as much sewing involved as I thought there would actually be. Thank you for those little hearts. I just saw it floating up randomly. I'm like doing the most tedious thing right now. It's just like, oh my god, dude, these pants, like it just takes forever kind of to do this. But yeah, I hope I just kind of need to hurry up and do this, and then make the flares so that I could combine these two, and it's gonna look, I think, pretty good. But I'm gonna try to avoid buying these like really stretchy pants. These pants are actually really difficult to work with, and kind of annoying, to be honest. Like, dude, this took me what, almost 2.5 hours just to like prepare this. And if I want to speed run this, dude, actually that's gonna be like a really interesting challenge of speed running these things, because who knows, right? Like my record right now is like 4 hours to make the pants, but I don't know. I think I just need to be much faster. But doing this part, it kind of blows, to be honest. And it's like everything's so hot right now. It's been so hot, and right now I just have like snacks on my mind. I just want to eat some snacks, and you know, drink some ice cold ices or Slurpees, and have fun with it, you know. But yeah, I think doing those little speed runs for making these jeans will be kind of fun, and kind of like a challenge to myself. But man, I just need to find out better ways to kind of open up these seams. This is ridiculous. It shouldn't really be taking this long. So I think, yeah, definitely cutting it is gonna be the move. Just for the future reference, future notes. Just doing this part, it kind of it makes it not fun, if that makes sense. But yeah, over here, I think one side is done like this, if you can see. And then now we got one side, and then after this, we just measure stuff. We just start measuring, and then we start cutting, and then we can finally just start sewing things together. But thank you for all the heart spams. I never really seen that before. Starting off kind of new live stream here on YouTube. You kind of get people like filtering in and out. But I mean, like I said, this is just a beginning, and I was kind of talking about it earlier, where just like kind of planning for like the future streams and stuff, how I can incorporate all these clothing into, I guess you could call it like the influencers or whatever of Los Angeles, because there's so much. There's actually a lot of influencers that I think you could kind of like collab with and stuff and do fun stuff together. And so yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to that. Wait, what's going on with my stream? Is it lagging a little bit? Oh yeah, it's dropping frames. But yeah, I think that's the direction that I'm gonna try to take my streams. Both here, I mean, here obviously it's gonna be continuing on with the making the clothes. This is all about making the clothes. And over there on Kick is where I'm actually gonna be like showcasing the clothes, which I kind of did. The pants that I made last time, I showcased it on Kick live stream, and I'm actually working on a video kind of about that experience too. Just all the wins and the fails, I guess, of that day. And so I guess that'll be posted soon. I'm gonna try to make those videos like as like simple as possible, because I want to kind of make this like as fast as possible too. Not trying to spend like weeks or devote like super long hours onto like the video portions. Just want to try to get it out there. And yeah, I mean, the person that I gave the pants for, he really liked it. Unfortunately, the waist was way too big. I think he lost weight, so the pants just didn't fit properly, which is a good thing. It's a good thing that he lost some weight. Okay, here, I got this part opened up. Thank goodness, we're almost there. And then now I just need to work on this part right here. Hang on. And then we can start cutting stuff. We can start cutting things and then start doing this. But yeah, other than that, like, I was also mentioning earlier that in terms of doing IRL stuff with fashion stuff, I think there's like a few markets, theme markets that I want to try to like make a collection for. It's like kind of a challenge, I think, to myself, just because I have nothing right now. But the markets are like in like a month or so, I think. And so if I can kind of challenge myself, like do a little challenge here on stream too, to like get ready for like a market, like a themed anime market, I think that'll be actually pretty sick. And then obviously going to the market to see if you could get any sales, that'll be like kind of an interesting topic in itself, But it's funny because like if I'm thinking about markets and stuff, you need like seller's permits, and obviously you need to have like a credit card terminal all set up and stuff. I have none of those. So I don't know. I think it'll be kind of an interesting experience. I'm just kind of brainstorming ideas of what I can do. But I think I'm going to try for that. But, like I said, right now, I don't have any inventory, right? If I was to be going to a market. So that's why I think it would be like a challenge, right? Because I think you would need a certain amount of minimums, right? Or at least a collection of sorts to like showcase. But I don't have any of that, so it's like kind of like give yourself like a few weeks deadline, do or die kind of situation. And yeah, and then you get to see the results from that too. Did you make any sales or whatever? So that's kind of in the works, right? That's kind of in the works, but that also means I need to be sourcing. I need to be sourcing like materials I need to be sourcing. Oh shoot, Goose, what's up, bro? I'm like Goose. Yeah, yeah. I'm just kind of brainstorming ideas right now. I think I'm lagging a little bit. But it was funny because I went live last time, and then your number one fan, was like, dude, where's Goose? Can you call him? He's like, can you call him and like can you get him to come out? And I'm like, yeah, dude, I tried, bro. But it's funny, They have mad love for you, bro, and we're all waiting for your return. But the thing is, I see him going. I see him going everywhere, bro. Like, I like in all these, and like a lot of the LA streamers and stuff, chat rooms. He's going in there and saying like, I'm in love," and I'm like, Goose, what'd you do to him, bro? Dude, it was actually really funny when I see stuff like that. I'm like, damn, dude, Goose, like, he really put the spell on this guy. And then but he goes, no, surprisingly, he goes into a lot of, I see him like in like a lot of random people's chats asking for you. It's like, oh, okay, can you call him? Do this, do that? I was like, oh my god, this guy's so much. But but when he asked me though, I was like, oh, like, you know, I was like, why don't you talk to him in the Discord? Because I'm pretty sure you got your Discord set up. I'm like, why don't you talk to him there? But then he didn't really say anything. And then and then I was like, oh, dude, I hope Goose didn't give him like your number or something. Like, then you'll never get the end of it. Goose has to deal with his first stalker fan. Getting harassed daily, getting calls and stuff. Oh my god. But yeah, dude, bro, everybody's awaiting your return in due time, bro. In due time. I'm just over here chilling. It's just trying to just make some more pants, but kind of thinking also along the lines of in the future, kind of IRL streams, what I'm gonna be doing. But I think honestly though, like in terms of like IRL streams on Kick, bro, like I think I dialed it back a lot. I dialed it back, like it's actually like almost, yeah, it's like it's gonna be now. It's just super specific things, like, you know, in terms of this, like maybe fashion stuff that that I kind of take part in. I think it's gonna be like that. So for me, I think it's gonna be dialed back a lot, which is kind of unfortunate, but I think for now that has to be the move, dude. I don't know if you've been kind of keeping up with like the news regarding Kick and stuff, but I think that probably has to be like that's where my plan is right now. You know, I know people. I know in the beginning of the year I was like, oh, I'm gonna like stream like a lot more on Kick and start streaming more and more, but like I don't really see the support from Kick side, to be honest, to be doing that. You know, that's why I kind of like started just doing a little bit of desktop stream on YouTube, just to kind of like cushion, like buffer, make a little buffer in the streaming thing, because I don't want to. It's not like I'm gonna stop streaming, but like just to do everything on Kick, I don't know, man. I don't know. But I mean, I guess, you know, if I had to make a suggestion, you have your music production stuff too that you like to do. If you still do streaming stuff, I mean, not streaming, but like desktop, quote unquote desktop stuff, like you used to do in your car, those midnight, the late night, the sessions and stuff. It would actually be pretty sick too, I think. Those little late night jams. Hold on, are we almost done here? The late night munchie meal runs. The burrito runs, bro. Oh my god. Always with the burritos. Okay, I think I'm done on this side. And then so I'm going to just have to, I think, iron this out a little bit. And then we can start cutting, or we can start measuring and cutting. Like this. Like this. Okay. Okay. Let me iron this out real quick. And then, do I need to iron it now? Maybe. Let's see. That added. Ow. Wait, how much? Oh, okay, I need to measure out how much length this added to, because I hope that it's enough for what I actually need. But you know, I've been like I haven't really been like so active on I think like Instagram or whatever, but I've been seeing that Music King, he's been I feel like he's been kind of back into the whole fashion, making the whole fashion content and the fashion like parties. Not, I don't want to say party, but the fashion scene. And so I think that's good to see. So I'm gonna see what I can do about like linking with him. I think maybe potentially in the future, just because I want to see how a few of these things like actually fit on like actual models and stuff, or actual like size small like, yeah, models. You know, so I'm actually kind of happy to see that he's that Music King's been just kind of back on that fashion thing, because I know for a while he's been kind of like doing more content type of content driven, I think, content driven events. And I'm not really sure how those have been like popping. I know the last one that he invited me to, that one too, was I think it was a bikinis and cars one, right? And I was gonna go, but then I had something that came up, so I couldn't really go. But I think he's still kind of on the right trajectory of going back to the fashion shows, which I mean, if that's his actual brand of bikinis, the AI bikinis, you know, I don't know if he's actually selling it or if he's just making them so that, you know, there'll be like something like, I don't want to say provocative or shocking, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just kind of like a lot of skin. Which I guess the kick chatters really love that too, you know? I think one of my highest viewed my highest viewed clips is actually some of those angles, which is kind of funny. It's just you know, all the back shots and all that stuff. But I feel kind of bad because you know, we used to kind of frequent those events, but it kind of feels like we kind of just stopped going after, you know, after just that one I think after he switched up his style, we just kind of stopped going, and then kind of it feels like, I don't know, it feels like we kind of abandoned him. And so I can't wait to like kind of go back and you know, not make it up, but just start doing that. But this time, you know, I want to go back with like my line of clothes that I make here, you know. And I think, I'm actually really excited to see what this actually kind of looks like. But the thing is, I'm trying to think if those models that he has, because all the clothing that I make is gonna be pretty much the smallest size. It's just gonna be the smallest size waist. So obviously, like, some models aren't gonna be able to fit, and so it's not really all inclusive, right? Right. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But it's gonna be kind of interesting, you know. that's what I'm kind of planning to. Just right now, building up this collection of stuff. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what happens from this. Yeah, I still have some stuff like that I wanted to make for Goose too. If you guys didn't know, like Goose Fuego, he's also a live streamer on Kick, and he used to cover a lot of like Hollywood type of the content, all the Hollywood premieres that go on out there. Get really nice and close to like celebrities and get interviews and pictures and stuff. And then he kind of transitioned to like stringing for a bit, but yeah, I don't know. We're all live streamers. We originally started as live streamers on Kick, and then taking a little, not a hiatus, but kind of like doing a little bit of transitioning stuff to a little bit desktop stuff too. You know, the IRL stuff is not going away, but it's just doing this. Well, for me personally, I'm doing this to prepare for more IRL stuff on the other website. And if you guys know right now, if you guys like that kind of content, right now, just FYI, on Kick, there's like this really big streamer that is doing this kind of like prison / torture type of stream thing. It's taking place in India. Check it out. You know, it's happening live right now, and I think I don't know how many days it's supposed to be going for, but it's going right now. Dude, this color looks really pretty off the hem. You could see it, dude. This is actually really pretty. I like this, where it goes from like the gray that's exposed to like this white, and you see this dark gray, and it looks like almost black, where it was like kind of hidden away on the hemline. But that's actually pretty nice. Okay, so I'm just ironing this out so I could cut this, and then we're gonna cut this and use this part to attach to the other pants, and then that's gonna kind of flare it out and then make it a little bit more baggier than what it was before. But pretty much this is making like baggy jeans, or not, this is making like what are these skinny jeans, like normal. The starting material wasn't the best. Okay, 26.5. I need the length 26.5 from the hemline. So let's measure this out. Okay, I need to like not mess up my math here, because I feel like I'm not really the best at doing this. So hold on, let me measure out my math right now and make sure that it's actually correct. So wait, how much did I actually? So 26.5. I need to get 26.5 length. And hold on, so here. Okay. So that's why I straightened out the hem, because I needed as much length as possible, because I did not want to go into this crotch / the back pocket area. 26.5, perfect. Okay, it's right there. Probably should have done this inside out, but oh well. 26.5 is right there. Wait, hold on. You haven't had a... Dude, when's the next time you want a burrito? I'll go with you if you want. No, I'm serious, dude. I haven't seen you in like so long. $26.5 right there. Okay. You haven't had a nice burrito in a while. Dude, you're just known for your burritos. 26.5. So the hemline was actually about like 1 inch. Yeah. Perfect. 26.5. So it goes all the way up to here. Okay. So I need to measure this out. Dude, I was, like the other time, when I was live on Saturday, I was kind of just talking with people and kind of discussing, I guess, the state of like the big Kick streamers on Kick. And like from what I've heard, like they're saying like what SSB is pretty much not a thing anymore. Is that true? Like I feel like you keep up with a lot more of that stuff, like more than I do. Like is that true? Because I get all my info from Twitter, but I know like even Twitter is like sometimes just so full of just troll posts. So I don't really know what I can like actually believe and not believe, you know? And so yeah, I mean that's the thing is like they said like, oh, Aiden Ross is gonna pretty much retire from streaming and all that stuff, but I don't know if that's actually a thing or if that's just what people are saying. Okay, 26.5, so it's gonna be around here generally, I think, like here, like that. But talking about the burritos, man, you're getting me so hungry, dude. Like right now, I'm actually freaking hungry right now. Oh. Dun, dun, dun. Wait, hold on. So the pockets, I feel like the pockets I have to take out too. No, the pockets are okay. Okay, let's cut this. We're gonna start cutting this fabric in the back. Dude, it's like right here on the crotch seam. Oops. Oops, I think I messed up a little bit. Let's see if I did mess up a little bit or a lot of it. And then like kind of I think the BAU house is supposed to be like a thing, but you know, when I kind of heard about it, I thought like, you know, the 323 was supposed to represent in that house, but supposedly he's not in there. But I don't even know if that's true. Okay, it's here. The BAU house. Did I mess this up a little bit? Hold on, I think I messed up. Hold on, so here, if that's the case, then I'm just gonna, wait, okay, let's see if I want to go through this again. This, oh, it's just chain stitching. Okay, I could definitely rip through this. If it's just chain stitching on that side. Okay, I think I could do this one. That's not hard. I think. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna kind of go through here. The other one was such a nightmare to seam rip, but this one seems okay. Yeah, perfect. Let's see. Is the other side gonna be that easy too? Please tell me it's gonna be that easy. Please tell me you're gonna be good too. On this side. Is this gonna come out easy too? Hold on. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Oh my gosh. See, this is how it's supposed to be. Where you just seam rip it. Yeah, the other one was totally bad. This one is much easier to do. Thank goodness. Okay. Then I'm gonna totally just do this. See? Just kind of do this. If that's the case, right? And I think, oh yeah, perfect. Even at the end, perfect. Dude, the other one was a nightmare. So I guess this one kind of makes up for it. Freaking always have burritos on my mind. Whenever Goose talks about it. It's either that or the munchie meal, of course. Legendary. Okay. Yeah, perfect. Just like that. And then it should be good to go. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Like this. Did I do it on that side? Yeah, the inseam. So here is the inseam, and then I think it should just come out. Oh no, that's the outseam. This is the inseam. Yeah, it should just pop out like this. I guess there's more threads on this side that we can start working with. Dude, I wish the other one took... yeah, this is how it's supposed to be. So, I think that's going to be the rule is if it's a chain stitch, then I can just, you know, easily just pull it out. But if it's anything other than that, then I'm just going to cut it. Because that was so bad. That was so bad before. That was like not worth it. And it took like fun out of all this. Just like trying to do this one by one like that slowly. But here, we just did it in like 30 seconds. The way it's supposed to be. Okay, I got one more on this side. Yeah, that was beautiful. Look at this. Dude, the stark difference. Oh my goodness, I love it. And then this should just pop open just like this. So clean. Oh, so clean. So clean. Oh, I love it. Yeah, I'm getting like this because I'm getting emotional like this because I just spent like pretty much 2.5 hours doing this exact thing on another pair of jeans, and it just wasn't worth it like at all. Like it wasn't worth it. Wait, okay, so I should have pretty much done it from here then. And I guess like if all jeans are like this, then I will do this method. But if it's not, I'm just gonna cut the inseams just because it's not really worth it to kind of to kind of do this on other ones. Dun dun dun. But I think right here, hold on, maybe this part is a little bit hard, tricky. Or it gets like kind of towards the end. Maybe not. Okay, yeah, it just kind of came out. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Will this side come out easy, please? No problems. No problems. Por favor. Okay, hold on. So I need to get this little end piece out, and then we should be good to go, but it's kind of like locking up a little bit. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, there we go. Do that, and then it should just pop right open like this. And then this part should just pop. Dude, this is so much easier. Oh, the contrast between the jeans before and this is, oh, that's day and night. Yeah, that's day and night. This was so good. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now I could cut this part right here cleanly, I think. Wait. Hold on. So I think cut it here like this. Something like that. Okay. Didn't really do it right. But here, 26.5, okay. So how wide do I want the flare? This, 26.5. This entire thing is 26.5. And it has to go down to, okay, let's just draw this out right here so I don't have to cut this. Okay. So how wide do I want the flare? I probably want it. So it has to go all the way from here to 1 inch. Okay. So it has to go 2 inches wide. So we're gonna go from the center of this. Hold on, I need to do some math real quick. My specialty. Like this. Okay, what's the straight? The selvage is like this. No. Okay, like that. That's the grain line, like this. So we have 2 inches right here. So we're gonna end it 2 inches wide. Okay, so we're gonna go from right here to right there. Wait, is that the center of this? Okay, hold on. So this is 8 inches, so 4. This is the center. And then then that means that we go from here, 3 to 5. Right? So we're gonna go all the way here. So this is 1 inch. So we're gonna go from here to here. That's 1 inch. And then right here is 1 inch. Right there, okay. And then from here to here is 26.5, which I think it's here, 20 or 25.5, which is to the end. So now we just need to find out how much flare we want. So right here is 25.5 from here to here, right? So 25.5, yes. And then so let's see, how much flare do we want? Like I said, I think, hold on, let me mark the center line, which is right here, I think. Like right here. This is the center line. And then in terms of the flaring, I want 9 inches total. So that's gonna mean 4.5 on each side. Okay, so that's the center, then 4.5 on each side. So starting from there, right here to here. That's 9. Okay, I think I got my flare panel, one of it calculated at least. And then so 26.5 divided by 2 is 13.25. So then this is the halfway point. 26.5. 13.25. This is the halfway point right here. Okay, I know I'm doing a bunch of math and it might not make sense to you, but it kind of makes sense for me. Okay, hold on. So here, let's make this a line across. This is the halfway point, right, like that. And then now what we have to do is we need to connect from here to here, very straight. So this is 26.5. Okay, let's measure this out from here to here. Like that, okay. So then it intersects this halfway point right here. Right there. And then on the other side, it does from there to here, there to here, it intersects it right there. Okay, now we have to draw the straight line from here to here, like this. And then from here, I'm just drawing straight lines to connect the points, all the points that I need to the end to make out this flare piece of fabric from here to here. And I hope I did everything like right, all my calculations, because it kind of doesn't seem like it's that right. Dude, this seems like so wrong. Did I do something wrong? I don't understand. It seems mega wrong, but we'll just kind of make it work. So that's kind of like really general and generally right, like this. Okay, and then from here, and then we'll just, I guess, connect it to the most straight point, just like right there. Wow, that's so off. But oh well. Is that straight? Dude, that looks so, why does that look so crooked? That's straight right there, but these panels look crooked AF. I wonder if that's gonna affect anything. Hold on. Let me do this correctly. Hold on. I put a lot of time into this. And it can't really mess up right here. You know, measure twice, cut once type thing right now. 26.5, okay. And then this part isn't straight, it looks like. Let's see. That's 1 inch from here to here. 1 inch. 1 inch, okay. I guess just cut that straight. Okay, I think we're okay. So we're gonna cut the fabric right now, as straight as possible. From here, okay. So let's just start right here. Oh my goodness, I almost forgot. Steam allowance. I almost forgot seam allowance. But I already cut the top. I wonder if that matters. Wait, seam allowance, which is probably ½ an inch, so it's gonna be maybe 1 inch then. Oh, this is gonna be short, so it's gonna go from 9 to maybe, okay. I'll just do it next time. I totally forgot the seam allowance. Because everything's already drawn in. Oh, I can't believe I forgot seam allowance again. Wait, so here, 2 inches, 1 by 2, okay, that's fine. And then we'll put that, okay. Wow. Can't believe I forgot the seam allowance. That was a big mistake, I think. I mean, there's really not much I can do about it now. But it's just, I even reminded myself about it too. I was like, oh, I need the seam allowance too. And I totally just forgot about it. I think that's one of those things I have to like keep in mind. I think we're gonna start sewing real quickly, real soon. W. Got it. Got one flare panel. Unfortunately, I didn't consider the seam allowance. I know I was supposed to, but this is one of the panels that we're gonna sew onto the other pants. Wow, looking good. So let's make the other one, and then we should be good to go soon. Okay, so this side, I think we're going to do the same thing. Seam rip this. Let's seam rip this inseam, and hopefully we get the right side, and it will just come out really easily, like the last time. That was so cool. I just love it when it just opens up like that, you know? I think maybe this one, I have to start on this top side maybe. Let's see, right here. Ugh. Okay, that side, so where's the inseam for this side? Oh, right here, I think. Kind of like around here, I think. So go close to this. And then with the trick with the inseams is, or the chain stitching, is you just kind of break it and then start pulling on one thread, and then the direction it goes, okay, so that was the wrong direction, is where you need to start with. So this is probably gonna start from this side. Okay, so let's just rip it right here. Probably start from the end. The other one started from the crotch area, this one not really. But once you get the right direction, it just kind of comes out so easily. And I'm beginning to love like chain stitching. Okay, this. Why isn't that going? It's supposed to be going kind of easily. But it's not really, hold on. Not really. Right? Maybe they backstitch this chain stitch too? Try a little bit of love. Something like this, and like this, and then it should honestly just pop loose, just like the other side. That was so satisfying. Got one. Oh, there we go. Yeah, like that, right here. Okay, got one of the tracks, so let's work on the other one, and then I think we could do it at like the same time. That would be actually really cool. This. I don't know why this side doesn't really want to go out easily like that. Like this, come on. Come on this side, come on. Okay, did I get it? Is it not the right way? Let me try the other way then. It's not really going the other way either. Interesting. Okay, I guess we could just start with this one for now. On this side. Ugh, but it's going through the pants. I guess. Hold on. Okay, let's try the other side again. I don't know why it's not really working. I should just kind of start popping. it's not. Kind of annoying. Not gonna lie, kind of annoying. It was working a little bit. Right here and right there. Dude, come on. Oh. Let's try this again right there. Pop it off. And it should kind of start going. I don't know why it's not. But if that side doesn't go, then the other side should start going. Which it really doesn't either. What am I doing wrong? Wait, hold on. What am I doing wrong here? Ow, I just poked myself again. Let's just do this one side first because it seems to be going out easier. Okay. Oops. And then we could pop this through. And then this side was actually going through pretty easily for a while until it kind of stopped. Why that's not working as cleanly as before. Well, maybe I didn't pop it out all the way. Okay, so let's do this. Oh, it's already done? Perhaps, okay. Well. Okay, let's get this side then. Start finishing this side, and I think we could maybe work on popping this open. This. Not really working. Chain stitch. Let's see, hold on. Then I guess we just have to seam rip it like this. I know this causes like a lot of loops and stuff. It's so annoying. It gets dirty, really messy. But I guess if it's not really working, then you have to do it. And then, it's not that. Just a little bit left, I think. I'm trying to get like good camera angles, but it's really hard to see the dark thread. But these chain stitching, this one, I don't know why it's not coming out as easily as the other side. The other side was just like butter, where it just went like perfectly just all throughout. Unfortunately for this one, yeah, it's not really doing that well. And it's just like kind of stuck, but hold on, I think we're gonna get it. And then after this, we're going to definitely iron out the hem because it's just like so messy kind of. And it's like kind of folding a lot. Let's see, what's this? This. Okay, got it. Kind of. Dude, why is this like sewed in like this? Oh, I think the fabric was kind of too long, so it got enclosed in a weird way, which is making it hard to thread rip this. It's not coming out cleanly, so everything's kind of stuck together. Unfortunately, I think I see it, which means I have to kind of do this manually one-on-one, which is going to take a long time. Oh my god, this side is kind of not good too. It's recurring of the other side. Recurring memories coming through. And I don't know why it's like this though. Hold on. Okay. That came out okay. This. I don't want to rip this fabric though. Yeah, there's like fabric that's just frayed into this. It's like sewn into this. It's weird. Which is why it's not really coming out as easily, because I think the other side of the fabric, it just got like sewn into this. If you can see it like this, it's like really intertangled. I see. That's why it's not really coming out that easily. Unfortunate. Which means kind of more work doing this part. Okay. I know you can't really see this, but I'm just popping the threads one by one all the way down the line. So I think something when they manufactured this, it got like intertangled, and so that's why it's kind of not good right now. I think I'm like halfway done, and then I should be able to well, hurry up and cut the fabric. This is taking forever. Okay. Just trying not to poke a hole in the fabric, of course, while I'm doing this. Real Funks, what's up, bro? Real Funks. Ugh. Sorry, I'm just really conscious. Dude, this is like thread ripping. This has like been taking forever. This is kind of really annoying. Usually these chain stitches just like pop out like right away. But tonight, both my jeans that I've been using, they've been giving me like mega trouble, and it's like so annoying right now. Kind of frustrating. And I feel like with these chain stitches, it should have been like popping out easier than this, but I don't know. It's kind of difficult right now. Unfortunate. I hope your night's going a lot better than this. It's hot. I'm sweaty, and I just want to finish my project. I feel like tonight's been like the most time, like where I've been complaining, I think the most tonight, just saying it's so annoying. Just because like, what is it? Almost 3.5 hours into this, and I'm still ripping some seams, unfortunately. Trying to make some, flared pants, combining 2 pants into one. And then so the first pant was such a nightmare to take the seams apart. And this one, I don't know. The first half was easy, thank goodness. If it was like the second, I would have lost it. If it was like this, I would have got pretty upset. But yeah, I guess you just gotta do it, all right? I was hoping I could finish this under 3 hours. The last time I made pants, it took like 4 hours, but looks like tonight it might be taking even longer, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Okay, hold on. I think I'm like halfway there ripping this. So yeah, that's why it's like, man, for sewing and stuff, it's just a lot of it is just like straight up preparation stuff, you know, preparing things and this kind of stuff. Just, I guess, all the non-glamorous stuff. I guess that's with a lot of things. As with a lot of things in life. Okay, that's. Are we almost there? Please? I don't know if I should just yank that willy-nilly like that. I probably shouldn't. I'll probably mess things up. Yeah, I don't know why this chain stitching didn't really come out as easy as the first time. Like the first time was such a breeze. Like this. Oh, now it comes out. Okay, I wonder what the deal with that was. But it's a lot of mess that I have to clean up afterwards. Like all these little loops get. And then, shoot. I remember last time I just scraped it all out using like these tweezers. Not really sure if I'm gonna do that today. I probably will do it, not today, but soon. But I wonder why this chain stitching isn't really coming out like butter. Like it was supposed to, like it did before. And I'm just gonna blame the manufacturers that made this piece of garment and manufacturing defects, I suppose. I mean, for them, I don't think they could really care less, right? Because it's already shipped and sold at that point. But I guess to people like me, where we're like kind of reworking this, it becomes super annoying. Yeah, this thing, I feel like the fabric got like super interwoven and it just got fused into the, it's almost like a triple layered. It got sandwiched, and that's why it's not really like loosening, quote unquote, the way it should be. Jeez. Like this, and then so I just have to go like one at a time and just like loosen everything. It takes a lot of time to do this, when normally you could just pull it. Yeah, I think this just got caught up. Those threads, I see it. Yeah. Okay, so let's keep going then. And then we're almost home free, hopefully. I feel like this side would have been kind of worth it to just cut it too, had I known this was going to be an issue. But it was kind of hidden, so you can't even predict it, because it's like a hidden issue. Is that all the way up like that? Oh my gosh, come on. How did it manage to do it all the way up? Maybe it was like a misaligned fabric. Dude, that's crazy. Okay. Jesus Christ. So, okay, maybe I could just do this on this side, like this. Just start yanking on the sides and just use a seam ripper to just kind of like kind of gently tear the seams. Not really push it through because that's how you get holes from my experience. But if you kind of pull it apart and create that tension, then the smallest nick will just make it cut. I think that's the technique. If that's the case, I feel like having like a vise or something where you could clamp one end and then pull the fabric with your other hand so it creates a tight tension, and then just I think that would kind of work a lot better too. Now that I'm thinking about it, if I had something to clamp this on and just so I could yank it, and then just even then I think even using like a blade, you could just kind of like gently tap it and it'll just tear the threads because they're under so much tension. Okay, I think I'm almost done. This more tension. It's not really cutting right now. Yeah, the chain stitch was supposed to come out like super easy, but not this one. So 3 out of 4 legs today were such a PITA. 3 out of 4. And of course, after this, there's going to be a lot of little loops left that I need to clean up because it leaves like a huge mess. But I think the good news is I'm almost done. See, that's where I need to go up to. And then I should be finished with this side. And then I can start cutting out the shape. And then continue, finally. Jesus, almost 4 hours just to seam rip. Okay, almost there. 4 hours to seam rip is a labor of love, I feel like. Wait, so here it is. Okay, almost at the end. I think I need to slow down here and then kind of do it a little bit manually like this, just so I don't poke a hole in anything, like right at the end. That's gonna be so devastating if that happens. Almost want to cry type status. Okay, so almost there. Keep the tension on. Like this. Oh, come on. Is that it? Almost done? Okay, let's cut that. Oh. And then here. Here. I would ideally like to finish these by tonight, right? Can't believe it. Yeah, dude, there needs to be a better way to be doing this. The thread, the thread cutting. Which is why I think, yeah, the very common method is to cut. Just straight up, just cut. Okay, so let's do this. Let's invert this out. I don't even know where my fabric is going. What's the right way, what's the wrong way? Not really sure. Okay. So we got the fabric out like this. Okay, so now we just need to draw we just need to draw it in and then cut it out and then sew it pretty much and then be done with this. Wow. Wait, how's it like this? On this side, I didn't manage to do that either. Okay. Okay, so let's put this here. Let's put this over here. Okay, what is that? Wait, okay, so I think I need to take this out. Yeah, I think I need to take this entire thing out so that this just makes a flap. And then I'll continue on with it soon. Hold on, I'm almost done with this, I think. Like, I'm praying to God I'm almost done and no more hiccups because this is taking way too long. Way too long. But okay, I'm just taking out a few remaining stitches that's holding this together. And we should be able to pop this free and it'll be flat, and then we can then start to draw the outline, then start cutting and then sewing. Hopefully that's the plan. Okay, like this, like this, like this. It's like 2 more stitches or something. A few more chain stitches left, I think. Oh my goodness, this is getting so messy. Okay, hold on. Okay, I hope I didn't just cut the fabric right at the end. That's gonna really drive me nuts. Like, straight up. Wait. Okay, the chain stitching is right here, so I just need to cut like a few more. I see it. Like here. Like this. And like this. Is that it? Please? Will it pop through? Please? I've been at this way too long. Okay, wait, where is it connected? Why isn't it popping through? Maybe this? And then... Okay, and then that. And this too. Yeah, finally, Jesus. Oh my goodness. Oh, there we go. It popped through. And I don't know, that chain stitch was like something got deformed in it, I think, during the manufacturing process. And it just made it such a pain to kind of deal with. But we finally got the crotch area all free. So now I guess we just need to lay this thing out flat and then cut it. All right, trace it, cut it. Okay, let's do this. Like this. So it's probably on that side, okay? This side, okay. Wow, that took forever. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, this is one of the longest kind of projects that I've done so far, I guess. Wait, what's this? Not this. Where's my little flannel? Right here. My flannel is right here, so I just need to trace this outline and then cut it out like this. Okay, so we'll put this here. We'll line everything up like that. Okay, F. And then we'll just make sure to trace everything. Make sure everything's nice and flat. Okay, I'll put my mic down for this. Okay, got one edge. Two edge, and then now the bottom of the flare. Let's do this. Okay. Now we cut this and then sew it. Oh my goodness, dude, this took forever. Not gonna lie. Okay, let's do this. Done. So let's go from here. There. Okay. That was ridiculous. Ridiculous. Right here. Start the cutting. Cuts are zigzagging every which way. These cuts are so bad. these are probably my worst cuts that I've had in a while. Not even gonna lie. Something like this, okay. Alright. Almost done. Jesus. Okay. Oh, finally. Ugh. All right, let's do this. Got my 2 flares. Like this and like this. Let's make sure that they actually kind of line up. It's kind of decently. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it took this long to get these flares done. Okay. Now the plan is we're going to sew it right here, and I probably should zigzag stitch it kind of like right here, sew it right here, and then we're going to clip this onto the pants, and then make sure that this kind of just goes all along the pants starting from the crotch area. So let's do that right now before it gets any later. Dude, it's already 1 o'clock. That's actually kind of late already. Okay, here we go. This is it right here. So we're just gonna stitch it right there. That's the 1 inch mark, and then continue on from there. So let me turn this on, and we should be good to go. Hold on. What is that? A cookie? 1 inch zone. Close up. Go to this angle. Yup. We'll do this right here. We'll put this down underneath it to kind of keep it in place. And then let's get this done. Come on. Okay. See? Okay, we'll put it there for now. Put it like this. A little bit underneath where it's like really frayed. I think that was the original headline. Put it here. Lower this thing down. And then start going, I suppose. Wait, is I feeling everything good? I guess. think zigzag stitch the hems right here, or the edge, so that it doesn't fray. So we'll zigzag stitch it like this, I guess, right here. Okay, that side done. Thread cutter. Okay. W. And one more. On this side. Interesting, okay. Kind of mess up there, but it looks okay. Ah, we have our flares. Okay. All right, W, we have our flares, and I think now we need to kind of mend the holes that we created before continuing on with this. So in the pants, we need to mend the holes. So let's go and do that right now. And for that, we're going to use a darn function. Darn. Here. Like this. I forgot where the holes were at, but let's find it. I think there was like 2. Maybe zigzag. I think it's maybe zigzag stitch. Maybe use a zigzag stitch to mend the holes. Oh, here's one. Okay. You see there's a nice hole right there. So I think we're just going to zigzag stitch this one. Wait, actually not darn. I think we can just sew this straight up. Close it with a zigzag stitch. Right there. I think that's it. Okay. Is that repaired? It doesn't look repaired. No. Wait, what happened? Okay, it didn't repair the hole at all. I wonder why. I wonder why not. It just went around the hole, apparently. Let's try that again. In between here. Why did it not darn the hole? Okay, I think it should have done it now. Okay, yeah. Kind of, okay. And then there was a second hole. I know I have two. Maybe on the other side. No? I guess not. I guess I only have one big one. Okay. All right, now we're gonna just clip the new thing to here. This is taking forever. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. We just need to clip the new flare onto the new pants, onto the actual pants. So let's just kind of do that, and then you just stitch it all the way down. And I think I'm gonna do the zigzag stitch probably tomorrow because it's getting a little bit late. But yeah, just while it's flipped inside out, I only saw one hole that I mended, and you know, I just zigzag stitched all around. I don't know if that's enough to stop it, but we'll see. Right, we'll see. So here, just make sure that the crotch lines up perfectly, and then from there you just kind of go. You kind of go, clip this one at a time, and it should be almost done. Oh, I can't wait for this to be finished. Like I'm not even joking. I'm kind of over this one. Okay, wait. So the orientation of this matters. So it has to be like this. Okay, so this has to be right there at the seam too. Okay, so let's put that one right there. Oh, make sure everything's like the correct orientation, because everything is inside out right now, and so I almost did it the wrong way. Okay, so there needs to line up. Yeah, so I think when you get like fatigued and stuff, you have to be very careful, I think. Like especially like right now, this is like, what am I going on? Like 4 or 5 hours? Like, yeah, it's going into 4 hours of doing this. And so like I think it's very easy to make mistakes like in this kind of stage. So I think either take a break or I think taking a break is like honestly the best thing you can do right now. Of course, I forgot my seam allowance again. Like a total noob. I even reminded myself, I was like, oh yeah, don't forget to do seam allowance. And then I look back on my drawing, I'm like, yeah, I totally forgot the seam allowance. Okay. So here we're just gonna clip up one side at a time. The long way. Dun, 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 dun. And I think these are gonna look really good. I can't wait. I can't wait. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Almost done. It's almost clipped to the end. And then I think afterwards, after I do all this, all there's really left to do is zigzag stitch, you know, the raw edge, which I'm not gonna do tonight because it gets a little bit like too noisy in my opinion. And then probably hem the edge, right? Hem this bottom part of the fabric, and then you should be good to go. What is that? Hello. Okay. And let's go on the other side. Yeah, so basically it's just running down one entire length. You just got to clip it all the way down. Like that's following each other. And then just sew it, straight sew all the way down. And it should be good to go. Okay. I can't wait for this to be over. Almost finished. Trying to speed run this project. It didn't end so well. Wait, okay, like this. Let's cut this little thread off. It's so long. Okay. But honestly, making these is actually a lot of fun. I think it's just like, I need to start earlier. I think tonight I started a little bit too late, and you know, I'm trying to be better with the consistencies of these streams, like when it starts and ends. But yeah, just tonight I had to start a little bit later than I originally wanted to. But I guess that can't really be helped, right? Okay, so we got everything clipped on one side, so let's just sew it all the way through, and it aligns perfectly. And then let me see, do I need to clip this on the other side too? Should I clip this on the other side? Maybe I should. Or do I sew one side on first? I think I sew one side on first and then clip it on the other side. Okay, let's do that. Do that. Oh, my back hurts so much. I'm gonna stretch real quick before we continue on. Okay, let's go. But I wonder if okay, wait, I wonder if I need to, yeah, just do one at a time. I guess, okay. Do I start from the middle? Or start from the end? I think the end got kind of cooked a little bit, not gonna lie. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, like this. So keep this on the edge. Keep the presser foot on the edge. And then, yeah, we'll line it up there. Use that as the guide. And just go slowly. Yeah, we're just gonna go the presser foot width and just go all the way down, starting now. Back stitch and forward stitch, okay. So let's go. it's really thick. Okay. Making sure everything is clear. Fast. Okay. Nice. Oh. Okay, we just did one side, and now we just need to clip the other side and do it too, and we're done for tonight. Show you. This is what we just clipped on, right here, on this side all the way, and then now we just need to do the other side. Oh, my back. My back. And we're almost done. Oh, thank goodness. The line's looking really clean and even all the way down. Beautiful craftsmanship. This is what we sewed on right here. This panel. This. We're extending it by like pretty much this much. And just gotta do the same for the other side. So let's do it. Let's finish it. So we're just gonna start right here. Like that to here. On this end. Okay. the seams like this. Okay. Something like that. Oh, just clipping it on. Oh. The floor is a mess. Okay. But that's okay. We could always clean up. This. And then clip it all the way down. All right. Okay. Mm-hmm. Clip out these really long ones. Flip it out. Do this. Okay, and then gotta have my posture correct. My back is killing me right now. Kind of annoying. Like this. And then we're almost to the end. Right there, to the end. I think right here should be fine. And then we'll cut this. This, okay. Almost done, hold on. Other side. Okay. Something like this. Yes. This and like this. I don't know why my back is hurting so much. Probably because I'm sitting down 4 hours straight. No breaks. Maybe I should start incorporating some break times into these long streams. Or maybe I just need to get faster at doing this. I think that's the only option. Just get good. Get good, bro. Hold on, so here. This. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, like this. And then clip the final edge, thank goodness. The final edge, the final clip. And now it's time to sew. Got one more sip of water. We're almost home free, boys. This is kind of bittersweet moment right here, I think. But let's go. This side, we'll start here, okay. Start here. No, I guess we need to start at the other side. I guess we need to start right here. Just because that's the rules. Alright, here we go. Final lap. Let's make sure everything is good to go, no mistakes. Okay, bobbin thread, top thread, good to go. Check. Down. Down, okay, good. Let's do this then. Oh. Let us do this together. Back thread. Back stitch a little bit. Everything into place. Go slow, not so fast. Don't rush it. Enjoy the moment, enjoy the process, make sure everything's good. Should have cut this patch off, it's so big. It's distracting. Okay, what's going on here? Something happened here, I think. My thread's going, okay. My back. Oh. Oh, finally finished. Well, my back is completely toast. Oh. Okay. Let's do this. Let's cut this. And so right now there is still like a few things to do, right? But I'm not gonna do it tonight because it's gonna be a little bit too much for tonight. But you see here, right? The edges are still very raw, and if you leave it like this, then it's just going to, you know, just go through like fray and stuff through the through the threads. So I need to go ahead and zigzag stitch that, but I won't do that tonight. Just because it is kind of late. It's going into 2. I've been doing this way longer than I wanted to tonight. I honestly thought I could get this done in like 2 hours, but obviously like the whole preparation part kind of took a very long time, much longer than I anticipated. So that wasn't the case, but let me show you before, and then you know, everything will be pretty much everything else will be done off stream, and the only thing that remains is hemming it and then zigzag stitching it. So let me show you, and we can end the stream. Jesus, almost 4.5 hours. GG's. Here you go. Dun, 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 dun. I keep forgetting to do like before and after pictures. I don't have anything of the before. I just have the after. You can see the inseam, the inside where we put the new, the flares. It goes all the way up to the crotch, right here. And it flares the bottom. You know, the original was pretty much this. We pretty much doubled the flare, right? So that it loosened it up a lot more. Pretty much double the length. So, and it has this really cool design. Like this. And the crotch area got extended probably 1 inch around. And yeah, W. Oh, I also have to iron this too, but I'm gonna do that after I sew everything. So yeah, definitely kind of flared it out much more. You can see the difference, right? It's pretty much double the width. So that's what I'm saying. This usually, this is like a skinny jeans in the first place, but if you use something that was normal or kind of baggy and you added more, then it'll just become like extra baggy. But in this case, it just became like from skinny to just kind of normal. So W, thanks, you know, thank you for kind of sticking with me. If you were just lurking or something, I'll see you again soon. I thank you, I appreciate you, and we're gonna get back to making some cool anime clothing.